I hear someone? Uh-oh. The sequel to Put Your Ass Away Child will probably be my Instagram story from yesterday. The other day, actually. But... I was just being a dickhead and Mum was being cute. Lou, it's, I'm good. I'm glad to see you, doll. Sorry I'm so distracted, but I appreciate you. The story is expired now, gamer, but I was thinking about re-uploading it for a laugh. I know, right? Stunning queen. My stunning babe. Okay. Ooh, that teapot's cute. Oh my god! Whoa. Uh-oh. He's alive again. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Striker_500 has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Striker, thank you so much. Tammy, hello. How are you, my love? Striker. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, doll. If you were gifted a sub, please say thank you. Please, please, please. Oh my god. Jesus. I'm going down to the club, but I'm Striker? Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Tammy, what happened? Pussy tossing. Oh no. Pussy tossing.
Striker_500 has gifted 5 subs.
I'm gonna keep tossing
Naughty
until
boy.
Tammy has a good day. What happened, Tammy? Striker, thank you for 10 gifted. I really appreciate that. Thank you, doll. Oh my god. Thank you. Guys, we need Tammy to have a good day. New eyelid. We got fake lashes. A unicorn horn. Oh my god, 7, yes. Oh my god. Lake Titicaca. Hakuna Matata. Bodywear top. Is that sticky
Gamer
notes?
Guy 187 just resubbed for 56 months.
Thank you, Gamer. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Striker. Thank you, Gamer. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. Oh, new arm right. What is that? Ooh. New arm left. Yeah, subs have been interesting. Sometimes people get 2 messages. I mean, I'm not complaining. Oh, a mullet! Wait, we're slaying. Is that a mushroom? my god. Zell, hello, doll. I'm good. How are you? Oh my god. Tammy needs that. That's so cute. What the hell? What the hell? Better now that I'm here. Oh yeah. I'm gonna give all my good juju to Tammy. We need to get Tammy a good day today. That's so cute. Oh my god, that's adorable. That's really cute. Oh, I love that. That's adorable. Oh my goodness. That's so cute. Oh my god, I love it. That's adorable. Yeah, manifesting good bloody days. I'm sorry if your day has started off stinky. The good news is you are not stinky. And I'll give you all of my good luck that I have left over for you. Thank you for that hype train, Striker and Gamer. That's really nice. A bit too nice.
Biddies? For me?
Well, I never. Madge, hi doll. We'll do that. That's 19k. Do we still keep our shotgun? I wonder. Let's find out. Oh, we do. Oh, shit. Oh my god, they're so dead. They're so dead. Mouse, thank you for thanking Striker. Oh my goodness, thank you. Okay, manners. Okay. Love. Shoddy for the hottie. Ooh. 2 extractions again. Flower. 37? Oh my god. Oh.
Red Flower 2442 just subscribed.
Wait, I forgot I put
Woe
this
37.
on.
Time flies.
Okay, so
Love
what
you,
I
doll,
did.
less than 3.
Oh, that's cool. So anytime someone resubs, it automatically drops a money stack for your resub, which is cool. And then I put it on for 5 gifted. It decreases loot goal. So Striker, yeah, you did that. I didn't put any other amounts because I was like, I want to see if it works first. But there you go. Flower, how are you, doll? Hi, Galaxy. Thank you for thanking those who thank the thankers. Oopsies. Woo! Oh my god. I'm on pod. I'm on the podium. I'm on the podium. Thank you. Sorry about that. No sorries, doll. Oh. Alabu labu. Me when. Oh, my meds? Perfect. Oop. Me when. Alright, play it cool. Oh. Got a videotape. Stonnen. What's this? Is it a calculator or a phone? How does the door get me every time? I know. Ooh. I don't like that. Oh my god. Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away,
Is there another...
Daydream just subscribed. Repo D's nuts.
Oh god, is... Oh god. Repo D's nuts! You have a way with words. Thank you so much, Daydream. How are you? Oh my god. Axel, hello! I know, I was really craving it. Whoopsies. That is so... That's so rough. Verena. Okay, it's losing all value, but that's okay. This is an investment for our future. Uh-oh. We are solo, yes. We're seeing how far we can get. Nero, enjoy your lurk, doll. You're my goat. The ice noise is so crazy. Choo choo doll. No, thank you for the subbies, guys. I appreciate you. You're my goat. I was really, really excited to play Repo today. If I can be honest with you. I don't know, just we've had a lot of good Repo streams of just yapping, and every session is different, you know? It's a lot of fun. Alright, we'll do that. I know. I was excited to go live, so I was really excited. And I got ready at a decent pace this morning too. Like, I felt good. And I was like, oh no, I'm starting so late. And then I looked at the time and I was like, oh. I'm starting at a perfect time, actually. Wait, we're so back. Thanks, Key. I'm bloody glad, because I love them. I love doing them. Gamer, thank you. Not really doing much with my hair today, that's alright. Why am I getting Gmail? I honestly feel like I'm getting spam stuff. Wait, it's storming, Kyle? Is this still the same round we bet? Yes, this is still the same round. Also, thank you for the coins, guys. Was that milk? Tornadoes? Girl. What the hell? Is everything okay? Like, is it the right terminology to ask what category it is? Are you safe? What's up? Oh no. The alarm would be scary. Like, I can't even imagine. Muzzle Tov! Oh my god, thank you. It's going straight in my basket. I think I have to do this. Oh no, I have to stand it up. Can I stand it up? Yeah. Me when. What the hell is this? Who did this? Galaxy? Oh my god, you guys are getting me strapped. We're locked in. I'll give you the strap. Oh yeah, alright. Alright. Alright, we're locked. Oh no. I went the wrong way. Oh my god. I'm slow. Who made me
Put
slow?
your ass away, child.
Mess just subscribed. Repo is back, baby.
I'm so slow. I'm so slow. Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? Who did that? Oh my god, Aquarius! Oh my god! Good job, guys! You... Oh my god, you really worked there. That was so scary. Oh my god, App, hello. Trace, hello. Thank you for 19. Repo's so bad. Trace, how was your stream? We have, like, I would say our bad weather is flooding and bushfires. Oh my god, that was actually so terrifying. Good job. Oh my, I thought I was dead. Trace, how is your stream, doll? And App, how are you? Oh my god, that was actually really scary. Holy shit, that was terrifying. Oh my god. That was so scary. No, I love it. I love it. Oh, is that a wizard sleeve? Cute. Ooh, a new hat. Cute. No, of course, gamer. I love it. Wizard is what I call my... Never mind. Oh, shut. No, speak your truth, Joel. Head bottom overlay. Full sleigh. Oh, wow. Yeah, tokens are new. So you don't need cosmetic mods anymore, you just unlock them. New hat! Oh, I would love a cookie. I think I do have a cookie though, but what time is it? 10:30, breakfast cookie? Ooh. Breakfast cookie it is. I know, they love the right arm, doll. They love the right arm. One more. Hey, we got a right leg this time. A right leg. Okay, wait. All right. Breakfast cookie. Wonder why. Hmm? The left feels like a stranger. Wait, Aqua? They split up. I mean, like, they've done their time, haven't they? Were they still making music? Oh. Yeah, I didn't know they were still together, but okay, fun fact. Yeah, you know what, Carl? I actually thought of you first when they said Aqua. How funny. Yeah, I didn't know they were still together. The Barbie girl. Yes. All right, 3 extractions. Candyman. Halloween was also a song that used to scare me so much as a child. Yeah, I always forget about Cupcake when I play app. Sorry in advance, guys. Keeps us on our toes, you know? Sometimes the little drawers make noise too, and other times they don't. Oh my god, wait, Galaxy, I would love more cookie. Have a good sleep, doll. Thank you for thanking for the subs, guys. There you go.
Pussy!
Pussy. Oh my god, finger? I should call him? Joke. Carl, I would love to. There we go. Come and get me, losers. Yeah, climb the stairs. Losers, all of ya. Oh no, that ruined my loot, unfortunately. Shotgun man's here. Oh my god. Hi, Moto. Kyle. You know what? Even though that's probably a lie, You made my stamina 0. Pardon me. You made my stamina 0. I think energy stamina. I saw it go down. That's like kind of believable though. You know? I'll take it. Okay, there's a finger here. But I need to find the extraction first. Yeah, I don't think anyone's used that one before. That would be really good if I was running from someone. And then I'm just stuck walking. But the slow one you did before, that was too good. Damn it, I shouldn't give you ideas. That slow one honestly nearly got me killed. Not me encouraging it. God damn it. God damn it. I'm a silly Billy. That's so many dads turn for a twink. Honestly, I reckon. I'm gonna get that finger in here. That's crazy comm, sorry. Oop. Alright, we have to... I don't know if I can get this up the stairs, actually. Who did that? Oh, Abby. Oh my god, Abby. Oh, doll. Oh, look at that. Look how light that finger is. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's really nice. Oh, doll. Look at that. Oh, it goes up like a dream. Is there cosmetics where the cart is? Oh, did you see some? Let me go get the cart. Oh, nice spot, doll. I didn't even notice that. Nice spot. Come on, doll. Come on. And a candle as well, and we have a fat sack. Ooh, oh, this is gonna be juicy. Oh, juicy, juicy, guys. We're really doing it to him. You can watch The Boys finale in cinemas. I wonder if Australia is doing that. In 4D? Oh, when does that come out? Oh. Okay. Never mind. How much is this worth? 5,000. Really? I should look that up. Would it be next week? you're today. Oh. Oh my god, low gravity. Whee! Whee! Janet, hello, how are you? Woo! Low gravity! Okay, I gotta find my cache. And I need my... Whee! I need my sack. Woo! Woohoo! Low gravity's fun. What's that noise? Shoot, where's my thing? Okay. I got me sack. Ready to go. Oh, shit. Carl Urban feels Australian to me. Oh, I thought he was American. Oh, got you. Has anyone seen the latest Mortal Kombat? Mortal Kombat 2? I haven't seen the others, I'll be honest with you. But I will admit that it was actually very well done. Like, it was... I didn't realize it was meant to be, like, the humor's meant to be... Oh, there's a little boo-boo. When I first saw it, I was like, what? What the hell is this? But... it was actually quite funny. Josh Lawson was really funny in it. I know, Striker, I know. I just feel like I was doing a movie quiz on the weekend and genuinely I haven't seen so many recently and I don't know why. Yay! Oh, you're gonna love it. You are going to love it. Okay, I shouldn't be greedy.
Pussy!
Oh, God. Oh! Hello, valuable tracker.
Lake Titicaca.
Oh.
Hakuna.
Oh!
Tatas.
Grace!
Graceland's just
I
resubbed
heard
for
about
35 months.
Gamble with Friends
Oh,
doll.
look at that 35 months of looking at your gorgeous face. How did I get so lucky? Red heart emoji.
Not good, I heard. Due to a little burrito. Thoughts? Thoughts? That's so funny. Thank you so much for 3 years, basically. I appreciate you. Oh no. How are you, doll? Are they good? Oh, there's strength there. I needed strength. I ate the sharpest tool in the shed. It's not little. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh my God. There is motion at your back door. Is it the bird again? Wait, is that a human? Old. Oh, it was a bird. Okay. I was like, girl. Let me in! I'll make some motion at your back door. Eh? Which one? Nah, I'm joking. It's Steps Not Little. Guys, you want to see something crazy? Let me take this out first. Check this out. I didn't know the mod did this. Watch this. So, yeah. Oh, they have walkie-talkies now. That's cool. But look at Sabrina. I just didn't think. I don't know what I thought, to be honest. I didn't think that was a part of it. Average Carla stream. Oh. We haven't gotten Carla moans in so long. What do you mean I moan every stream? It's because I've been playing Faz. I might be playing Busbound on Thursday. That would be very moany. Just buy her a burger first, but actually, yeah, you're right. What did I have this weekend that made me moan? Oh yeah, I had lamb. Tell her! Oh, cute! Avo! Thank you!
Put your ass away, child!
Put your ass away,
Avatar
child!
Dada just subscribed. Oh, we are so back.
Top hat! I want to make an alert from my Instagram story the other day. I know, Abby, and I didn't realize it was so moany until I saw the clip. Genuinely. Busbound? Basically, you're just a bus driver. And you're picking up people and dropping people off. Avo, how are you, doll? Thank you. More like Bust Bound. I'm either gonna do Bust Bound or hard mode water park sim. Is there a hard mode for this? I guess not really. I'm playing with some mods, so I guess no mods is harder-ish because, you know, you get less stamina. But honestly, it's just luck in this game. I've had a really hard level 1 before. But you know what? Rounds can end so quickly in this game. Like, there's been so many near-death experiences. You told me kick people off the boss in the game. Like, kick people off the bus. Oh, maybe. That would be cool. That would be real cool. Any pants? Body yaddy 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 yaddy. Oh, the top hat. I like my girl, though. I want to hear it again. That's fucking crazy. That's so crazy. I can't believe it moans at the end. Lord have mercy, I'm about to... Okay. Yeah, hard mode water park sim could be a movie. That's also on crowd control. Oh my god, Abby. Yeah. 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 As we all do. A fighting game? Oh my god. I would love to play a fighting game with Chris. Double quarter pounder in burger years. Okay. Lock in. Level 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sniper! Okay. Noted. Not the ducky. Okay. That clip, not good, hey. And I wasn't even doing it on purpose. That's just me. I was confused for 1 second. That's one of his alerts. Oh, hello. Too many alerts to remember. I have too many. But I want to make that alert from what's it called? From my Instagram. Injustice. Never heard of it. Ooh, boo boo. Holy shit! That's 437 bits. Got a Labubu. Who is this? Who is that? I haven't seen that before. Ugh. Mortal Kombat with superheroes. Oh, that's fun. I thought that, but then I thought I was wrong and didn't say anything. You could never be wrong. My bad. That's my bad. Grand, not cupcake? Exactly. He's a nervous farter. Alright, so here's the thing. I have this. But... oh my god, Led! The cosmetic update is cool. So you can find one moment. You can find cosmetic boxes and oh, who did that? Henry. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh my god, thank you. Abby and Henry. Let it so good. There's so many like weapons. Oh, I'm so slow. Oh my god. Oh my god, Aquarius. You know what, guys? This gives us more time to talk. How are we? Oh, there, I'm back. Okay. Ping! Oh, it left it. That's funny. No, I'm not mad. That's hilarious. Imagine though? No! No! No. You're fine. Oh, it's gonna end soon. Oop. Me when. Why are you in me van? What the hell? Girl, who is that? Oh. Let's get some of this. Okay, we go. We simply go. Where is my... Where's my thingy? Over here, okay. Hold. Would you still love me if I was a worm? Holding my big sack of money. Oh shit, sorry. Hold. Let me find this first. Gamer, we love you, doll. You've been here for so long too, like it's a pleasure. It's a bloody pleasure. And the pleasure's all mine. You're my goat. I'm just checking if there's anything like... Ooh. Okay, we'll do that. Look at... Oh! Aw, guys! My dad's here! Oh, come on, Pops! Let's take you to the extraction. Come on, dope. Let's go. You and me. Together at last. I'm joking, he's cremated. He's in my lounge room right now. Alright, let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on, doll. Yeah, same. I was like, wait, what are we looking at? Oh. Perfect. Hold. Perfect. Uh-oh. Nice. Yippee! I'm not sure. I don't think it does, but I always get really scared that it will. Aquarius, my god. Guys, thank you for the support on crowd control. I really appreciate you. That's really nice. Alright, now we have to find the other extraction. Maybe I'll find it on foot first. Oh. Oh, please don't make it be around. Ah! Sorry. I don't know what that reaction was. I really didn't expect to see her. Sorry, guys. That was really dramatic. My bad. So anyways, I just started blasting. Oh, there's so much loot. Holy shit. Oh, it's over here. I needed that. Oh god, that was actually really scary. I think like going around the corner to an unsuspecting enemy is really scary. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Hello? I really shouldn't be in here. This is a waste of time. Already. Oh, that chair scared me. Oh my god. Whoa, I'm on edge. The 30th. Oh my god. That's so exciting. What the hell? Why do I feel like I'm moving in too? Yippee! Oh my god. How exciting. Oh shit, we have the guy here. Uh-oh. There's a whole basement studio with your name on it. I'm on my way. That's so exciting. Yay! I can't believe how quick that was, you know, after like our first chat. Okay. Yep. Alright. Excuse me. Get back in here. Who is this man? What the hell? Why is he so glorpy? He's so wet. What the fucking plant? The hell? Oh, defib. That's cool. Bolt Zap. Can you change the thing? Oh, I didn't get any cosmetics this time. Yeah, the Venus flytrap, Tammy. I'm practicing so I can be a good teammate for you on Thursday. That thing kicked my ass? What is it? We'll have Tammy, Ping, and then hopefully the M's as well, the old school repo crew. Very excited. And then we'll probably do a Faz cap. Pingers! Tammy! That's such a cute badge! I just keep dying in repo. It's so... You can have a really unlucky go in repo. Like, we were planning friend swap. And I was like, repo? And everyone goes, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I'm just so into it and everyone's like, you're either into it or you're just kind of like, I don't get it. And that's so fair. It sounds like a card that pulls you in. Oh my god. Jesus. I haven't, Goobs. I haven't. Yeah. Same with Lethal. And West Hunt. I love West Hunt. And then everyone else is like, yeah. A slushy machine. Oh, yeah. Make me a slushy, doll. Oh, we have 4 extractions now. He just won't admit it. I know. I think because what made him not like it as much, and I do agree with him, is back in the day they changed some of the things, so you couldn't spot an NPC easier. Like, it kind of makes it really difficult to... What the hell is that? It kind of makes it hard to spot it. everyone has different stuff. Like, you know what a good example is? We're all so different. For me personally, like all the pals have been spamming Tamagotchi more than me, right? They're having fun. They're creative. That's good. For me personally, it was getting to the point where when there wasn't a storyline and I didn't feel like creating characters, I was kind of like... I was kind of getting over it. I love the game, don't get me wrong. Love the game, I will play it again. But for me personally, like, it just wasn't for me. But then a lot of people would look at me and be like, yeah, I love Carla, but she plays Faz and DBD too much. I don't understand it. Like, everyone has their thing, and that's cool, you know? But, Ah! Ah! Woo! Sorry. Everyone has their stuff they like. And I just couldn't, like, commit to it as hard. But I wasn't really into, like, the drawing part. Even though I really love it, but I'm just bad at it. But maybe my brain was a bit weird as well. Like, I was adjusting to meds, so could have been that as well. It's like my days of life. I will still play it for sure. Oh, shit. But it's one of those games for me where, like, I couldn't do a 10-hour stream of it. But I love the tea time. I do love the tea. All right, let's go. What's OC's at? We still have to get the Irwins married. We definitely will. Oh, got you. Where is this man? Got him. Fuck! The low gravity! Woo! Woo! Yeah, I like killing monsters and getting stuff for it. Yeah, like, I'm so happy people are getting their money's worth out of the game. And it was probably because of my brain as well. And I love, love, love the game. But for me, I was like, I want to do other things as well. Especially when, for me, like, because I was a big storyline Andy. Sometimes you have to wait a little bit for the storylines to progress. And if I didn't feel like, you know, making a character, then I was like, oh. But again, that's purely because most of the days when I was playing it, I wasn't feeling super creative. Yippee! Like, the monsters have been trying to get me. I think that's why it doesn't work for me. I don't want to create my own characters. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I was saying that to all of you. Money stab. Trace, thank you. Henry, don't. You don't need to do this. I'm so sexy. How was your stream, Trace?
Leg titty kaka. Hakuna.
My tatas. What were you playing?
Slade Shadow just resubbed for
Leg
35
titty
months.
caca.
35 months, nice.
Hakuna.
No, that's okay. I understand. DBD and Sea of Thieves, lovely. Oh, there's a cosmetic. Nice. It's like a play for no one. That's funny. Mikey, hello, doll. Oh. Oh. Bobby! Hello! Girl. Chill out. Chat, hello. What was that called? Activated toy monkey. Oh, it all to you. The time of my life.
Have you ever had a dream that you had, you could, you'll do, you once, you could do so, you'll do, you could you want them to do you so much you could do anything?
Yes. Yes. How did you know? What the hell? Put the words right out of my hole. Mikey, thank you. Bobby, it's fun. We're having a good old time, doll. How are you? Mikey, thank you. Eva, hello. Yes, and I also think that when you you know, oh. Oh. Trace fresh start. Oh, nice, Bobby. Cute as. A lot, Mikey. A lot of times. Genuinely. You think so? Yeah. Hmm. Trace. Got him. Hello, Daniel, my favorite slash. Henry, what are you doing? I'm scared. Oh, a labu labu. Labor boy. Mazel tov! Me when Alright, is something here? I should call him, you're right. What the hell? Naughty or nice? You're always naughty. I'm on level... Oh no. I'm on level 6. It does shout pussy sometimes, yeah. It does. Terrifying. Thank you, Aviva. The good news about crowd control, guys, I might even use it for water park sim soon. But what happens? So if you redeem your coins or buy coins, whatever, it doesn't expire, so you can just save them for next time or whatever. Who just sent me a clock? Oh, Daniel's here. Oh, Daniel's here. I gotta go. Infinite health. I have infinite health, but I'm slow. Oh, I'm slow. Oh, there we go. Go, babe, go! That's so funny. Abby's like, I'm gonna protect you. Wait, is that one here? Oh no, okay. I've been scammed. You always do your ducks. That scared the shit out of me. I have one more extraction. Did they just... What the hell? Thank you for the bat. Oh my god. I'm making smart financial decisions. Good, my love. I'm glad. I need to... Oh, a diamond? Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Guys, oh no. Guys, chill. It's gonna... Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. I'm actually really scared. Oh, a diamond. Thank you. Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child!
Inputs disabled.
Lady Karbiki just subscribed.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh god! Abby made me invincible, and then Henry destroyed all, disabled all inputs. Oh fuck, I'm so dying. This is crazy. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Fuck, I'm scared. Oh. Oh no! Oh my god! I actually didn't think I would survive that. Oh. I am speechless. I can't believe there's a button that disables all inputs, by the way. That's never happened before. I've never seen that before. Is that new? To be fair, who wants some water? To be fair, there was someone that wasn't gonna win the game with that battle. No matter what, someone would have been bummed. Here, I got something to cheer you up. Can be bummed next? Oh yeah, that was the plan. Oh, daydream. I want to be bummed every night. In-game modded sounds. Imagine if that was actual sounds from Reaper. What are blue ones? Oh, is green left? Oh, so blue must be right. Oh, well maybe it is rarity. Let's see if we get a right arm. New hat! Oh, that's so cute. You have mods on, but this part... Yeah, so I do have mods on that gives me extra tokens right now, but you get 1 per box you find, I think. I'm just being a bit naughty because screw it all to hell, you know? But this is base game, just not as many tokens. I do like their cosmetics though. Head. Me when head. Yeah, I think this must be left. Oh no. Never mind then. Never mind. But I did get more left than right today. Yippee! Yeah, so it has to be rarity then? That's interesting. Oh, that's pretty. Okay, okay. Interesting. 1 wizard sleeve on. Perfect. What about my legs? Great. I don't understand what I am, but I love them. Did I buy some of these? I think I did. Giving Mr. Potato Head and putting random shit on. Wait, you're right. Me every day in the mirror. I don't know what I don't understand what I am. Gorgeous, that is what you are. Remember the infinite ammo glitch? Oh, what a time to be alive. That was amazing. If I could turn back time. So ready for Hot Slut Summer 2026? Yes, bitch! You are already a hot slut. Yep. Alright. Level 7. And then after this one, I think Mummy's gonna make a sandwich. Oh wait, shit. Ah! Wait. Hold the phone. Let me investigate something. Damn. Never mind. Oh my god. Which moan, Goobs? I see. No, I have a cupcake. Ooh, I have a cupcake mod on. Oh shit. Because I can't help myself. Thank you. Yeah, when the baddies open the door, they also moan. It's really funny. Ooh, a gobby. Perfect. I love to tour. Commander! Hello, doll. How was your stream? What were you playing? Excellent to see you, doll. Hello! I love to tour. Yippee! Alright. Oh my god, guys. Thank you for the coins. Even though that terrifies me a little bit. Oh, I see someone. I see a loser. We're staying alive till 8, and that's it. Till 8? Why 8? I love how everyone is like, no, I want to win. No, I want to win. And then I just, you know what? I'll probably end up dying by myself without someone trying to kill me. Watch. I'll die to an error. My own error. I'm calling it. Oops. Gave me goosebumps. See, when you first play Faz, it's like that. You wouldn't think it, but then you do, and you're like, oh shit.
Pussy!
Oh god. Did you hear that? Pussy. Yeah, no, I have a few games that make me so scared that I don't even understand. Alright, we're so bad. Remind me to make a sandwich. Oh shit. Now I want a pizza. Henry, now I want a pizza. Oh shit. Oh, a cosmetic box back there? Really? Oh, I'm so slow. From the Plaza Hotel. It sounds so good. Mmm. Yummy. Oh my god, good spot. I didn't even see that. It's right there too. God, you're good. Ooh, yum. A frozen pizza would heal me. Would heal all my ailments. Yum, yum, yum. Are you guys keen on gamble with friends again today at some point? Or are you kind of like, eh? Is all my coupons in? Okay. Oh, smart. App smart. Whatever you want. And it never fired off. Do you know what Trace sent? I could have a look-see. Oh. Oh, I think it was timing. Here, what I'll do with this one. Hold. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. So why that didn't go off is because I think it was just the timing on it. It might have been delay. I think there was no extraction point because I had just sent it off. So was that level 7? I think that was level 7, right? 7. Yep, okay. Oh my god. Mikey, whoopsies! I would love a pizza! Please! What I come back to? Death. Death. And that's okay. That was fun. Do you want another round, guys? Yeah, preheat the oven. Do you want a non-gamba round or do you want a gamba again? Up to you. I don't mind. If you want a gamba, I'll make a gamba while I make a sandwich. Technically, a little tricycle kid killed her in the acid pit. True, that was unfortunate. Ooh, a pizza sandwich. Oh, yum. Riddle. Ooh, I think I would love. What would I want right now? I like mushrooms. A lot of people are going to be like, ugh. But I would love a pepperoni and mushroom with some chili flakes. Half, half. Just the way you like it. Guys, do you want another gamba? Let me know. Because I'll put the gamba up while I make my sandwich. Or if you want a non-gamba. That's your order? Hell yeah. Need the spice? Okay. You have 5 minutes to gamba. I'll go pee, make a sandwich. Oven is preheating. Well, to be fair, I didn't like mushrooms for most of my life. And then something changed and I was like, oh yeah. Gamba's up, guys. You have 5 minutes. And if you don't know, with this gamba, it's what I will make it to, not what I finish. So it's whatever, like, I load in, look at the sign. Even if I die that round, that's still the round that counts. Hate mushrooms with every fiber of my soul, fam. Yeah, my palate's changed quite a bit, app, actually. Onion rings, gamba! Some mushrooms still give me the texture thing, abs, but normal ones, I'm like, I eat it. I love it now. Alright, I'm gonna go pee and make a sandwich. Gamba, go for it. I'll be back. Alright, got sandwich, empty platter. We're doing it all. We're doing it. Okay. Yippee! I'm terrified. That was a pretty good run. Raffle? Kaz! Hi, doll. How are you? Cutie Batootie? Bobby, you like my stream music? It's chill, hey. Okay. Slay. Oh my god. I've moved further down now. No. Anything in here? Oh. Oh my god, there's so much in this room. What the hell? Smooth, hello!
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
Thank you.
Smooth Timinal _ just subscribed.
Let's
Carl
fight.
silly,
Kiss.
Carl silly, Carl silly.
They give a 14. How are you? Oh my goodness. Guys. The resubs today.
Ow!
Oop. Oops. I appreciate it. So lovely. I'm very excited for this week with you guys. I feel like we need this. Is that dramatic? Maybe. I don't care. I'm good, thank you. I had a good sleep last night. I'm actually really excited to see if I'll sleep again. That sounds crazy. I'll sleep good again tonight. Like, if I do, oh, we're so back. Did we turn crowd control off? It turned off. Oh. Oh, maybe I have to restart it every round. Oh, is it back? It should be back now. Thank you for telling me. I forgot it,
Pussy!
I forgot it resets after each round. Can you fuck off? How do I get rid of this thing? I might die. What the hell? How do you get the tick off you? No, Bing, did it actually? What the hell? How do you fight against the tick? No one. No one picked one. I mean, why would you? How do you not die? How do you die? Okay, wait. True. Guys, since no one picked 1, are you all okay to keep the gamba? Because no one loses if we do that. We just run it back? Because no one picked 1, so it's not unfair. Thoughts? I think that's pretty good. If someone had 1, I would have paid it out, but no one did. Oh my god. I can't believe that tick killed me. That's actually ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ooh. Call me a tick then. I do like this map, but it's kind of scary, but at least it's only on the first round. Oh. I don't think I have to restart. Can you see it, guys? Or is it being weird? On my map, it says it's on. On my side. Is it on for you? Good for you. Is it good for you, Aquarius? Is it being weird? Yeah, it's good. Okay, great. Yippee. Oh, we're so back ping. Who's steaming me right now? Oh, my friend. That felt really cruel. Oh my god, ping, yes. That was so funny. Oh my god. Okay, I'm on my way. I think we just take the money and run. Good timing for ads. I'm about to skedaddle. Yippee! Yippee! About to put it in. Yippee! Cass, a little cleanse? Why not? Why the hell not, though? I don't really have what I want here. But I guess we'll take some of this. Uh-oh. Honestly, fair, Cass. Fair. You know what you could try as well, which a lot of people in my life do. They give themselves an hour a day on socials. An hour a day. Get some funny memes, respond to some people, and then you're out. Yeah. They only have an hour a day and it's shared on... They only really use Instagram and TikTok, and they have an hour every day. That's it. I will say I do love... If my algorithm's good, which it is at the moment, I love a good scroll before bed because the videos make me laugh so hard. Like I'm in a really weird talk at the moment where my videos are just funny. But when they're not, it's ass. So I totally understand that. Oh, you can do streaks on TikTok? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Oh, Ping, yeah. Yeah. I know. I would like to put the timer on for myself as well. Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. It's so bad though, because I'll admit, like, say if I'm in a good role with cleaning the house or anything, editing, whatever. If I sit on the couch and pull out my phone and check TikTok, to the point where I'm like, okay, you can't sit down. Otherwise, you're not going to get back up. Ooh, eyebrows! Oh, pardon me, sorry. 7, yeah. Bushy brows, Rach. Thank you for the blush. Doom, 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 doom. That was a good sneeze. I cleaned the shower though last week. Real nice too. Shower's nice and fresh. I got a meal prep tonight. I was going to yesterday and I was just so sleepy. Okay, I'll save that one. So I have a... I love sneezing. Oh, yum pain. That would heal me, I think. Let's go! I can't believe how much I was craving Repo today. Fuck me up with some hot... I love hot honey. I'm so glad, like, the trend has taken off and everywhere's doing it. I got something boneless for ya. Flirt. I reckon after this, guys, what are your thoughts? Do we do some gamba, like, after this? Whenever this ends, if it lasts a decent amount, do you reckon some gamba with friends? What is that? Oh. And then we can do a gamba on that as well. And we'll see how long we last. Oh. Hello? Gamba. Oh my god, app. Yum. Mmm. Mm-mm. Last night I lost our team 56 in camp with friends. Oh no. Yeah, you feel so bad when it happens. Oopsie doopsie. Ah!
Just saw his closure and yet still brave.
So true. So brave. Yeah, you would know. Oh my god, stop flirting with me. Okay. Girl. Yeah, I love hot honey. Oi. I love it. What the hell? Yum. Oh, hot honey wings. Oi. You're making me hungry. What day are we on? 2? More like hot cummy. No! Stay. Girl. Girl. Oh, that question mark. Does that mean there's a box in there? Why do I have a question mark with a box around it? That's what she said. Yeah, okay. That's good to know. So if the question mark has a box around it, that means a cosmetic is in there. That's cool. Good to know. 7! Get a good rest, Dolls. Good to see you. I'll see you soon. Me when I'm squatting on a box. Real. Girl. Slow and steady. Hey, that was supposed to be a question mark. Right. Guys, I really want to try and go to the gym this afternoon. Feel the burn, you know? Box equals puss? No, I totally get it, yeah. I love it. Thanks. No, you're welcome. You know what? Thank you. Anything around here? I should just go. Yeah. Gamer, why not, doll? When I was into it, which I just gotta get back into the routine again, it was really great. Like, I was sleeping better, I had more energy. It was great. speed running. More tokens, slain. I made some when I was doing the classes, which I should probably do again. But when I was doing the classes, yeah, you make people, like, you make gym friends in the sense that, like, when you see them, you can be like, hey, how are you? And then I guess the biggest friend I made from the gym was my PT. We kind of, yeah, became friends and we'd go on walks and, like, he's babysat Mimi for me. And so I definitely made a friend with my PT. Like, I would call him a friend now. But definitely gym acquaintances for sure. I forgot the water bottle. Exactly, yeah. So I didn't get what I wanted. It's okay. Oh, winter nights. Yeah, I should really... I think I've been a little bit nervous. Purely because it's like... a lot of the managers aren't there anymore. Like, a lot of the people that work there have changed roles. So it's like kind of starting fresh. But honestly, like, Friendzone Live on Twitch, that hurts. He's engaged. No, but it was honestly good for me to make a friend because I'm such a homebody that, and then we also live in the same apartment. So it was actually nice just having a pal that I could rely on too. Like, if I really needed him right now, like say if I was in trouble, I know he would have my back, and his fiance is really sweet too. Mimi loves his fiance. It's very cute. They're very romantic. The reshuffle is so aggressive. Oh, paint leg. I love what you write, gamer. Sometimes I forget that I'm live, which makes no sense because we're having real-time conversation, but I don't know. Nee, 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 nee. Heaps of eyebrow choices. Oh my god. Also, low-key, hear me out. I don't know what Gran and I are playing this week, but I would low-key love to do a Gamble with Friends cap with her. Like, even if we don't do it the full time. It was so funny seeing her lose money and looking at her, and she would just be staring at me. It was so good. With pizza. I think no matter what we play, we'll do a cap of Gamble with Friends with Gran, because it was so funny watching her be like, oh. It's all right. Let's go. Can we sell a limb? That's so funny. I can't believe I played for like 3 hours by myself. It's a fun little challenge to try and get, because I still need to get level 5, right? Oh, that was the luck I had with Jeffy. Holy shit. I would love to do customs on 4. I just don't think we would get the numbers. I'd probably have to do it with Chris to get more people. But I love 4 customs. I love it. Oh my god, Henry. And then the dragon game too? Oh my god. The dragon game, like... To put it into perspective, guys, that dragon game, you have to guess the correct square out of like what, 3 or 4 squares, 4 or 5 times. Like it's very hard. And I didn't know there was money loaded in, and I just hit random buttons. Ghost face skin. Do I have that ghost face skin? Pretty. Or I ran 4 customs Delulu with shags due to low numbers. We had 1 person be the hunter. Oh my god. We did hide and seek in Delulu once, Slug. It was so funny. So good. Because I was hiding and trying not to laugh. It was so funny. Oh my god, so good. Oh, I'm slow. I'm slow. Night app. I appreciate you. Uh oh. Boy. Well, while I'm here, I may as well charge my shotgun. Pizza's so good. I'm jealous. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Why he gotta breathe like that? Real. Bonza. How some guys are and the girls here. That's so funny. Ridiculous. Not the pitter patters. That's actually ridiculous. Girl. Oh, I actually feel really bad because my neighbor just had a baby. Like the baby's 8 years old. Oh, that's the last thing they need. That is my fire alarm. The thing is though, it's always a false alarm. Like so many people have moved out of this apartment because they're over it. Yeah, wait, are they American? Hold. Evacuate now. Or is that just like a professional Aussie accent? Girl, I know. What do I do? I'm gonna mute. Wait, try and guess what I'm saying, okay? Try and read my lips. Ping got it. Level 2. Jen, hello! Happy 23. I said, hi, you sluts. You're looking juicy today.
Gina heard just
Jen, thank you so much. Sorry, guys. I'm muting off and on because of this fire alarm. How are you, doll? Let's see what the Facebook group's saying, if it's something. I think if it was a real one, someone would comment on the Facebook and be like, guys, it's real. Jen, I'm good, thank you. How are you, doll? Mikey, good night. Have a good sleep. Sweet bloody dreams. Wait, let me mute again. I'm infected by the sound. Stop, this beat is killing me. Oh. Oh, a stapler. Oh, huge, actually. Thank you. Sounds so funny.
Watch me getting physical, out of control. There's people watching me. I never miss a beat. Still the night, kill the lights, feel it under your skin. I'm right, keep it tight, 'cause it's
Remix.
Pump it up, you can't stop, 'cause it feels like an overdose.
Evacuate the dance floor. Stop, this beat is killing me. I'm infected by the sound. Oh my god, I'm killing this thing.
My body's aching, system overload. Temperatures rising, I'm about to explode. Watch me, I'm intoxicated, taking the
Me struggling with this is so funny. With this song in the background.
Everybody step aside.
Okay.
Feel it under your skin. Arms right, keep it tight, 'cause it's pulling you in. Pump it up, you can't stop, 'cause it feels like an overdose.
Thanks, baby. I'll find something else. That's so funny. I'm infected by the sound. Stop, this beat is killing me. Wait, is this the one that Pitbull's in? And guess who's back with a brand new track? Oh, Lukey here. Evacuate the dance floor. Affected by the sound. Cass, we're playing Backrooms together with Sammy, Crispy, and Chris. Playing Backrooms together. I'll start with something, maybe Water Park Sim or something. Am I really that weak? The music with the alarm's so funny. My god. A DJ could put the beep in this and people would dance. Same BPM. You'll never see me again. Guys, you know what you need to do? Topside techno. Oh shit, I might die. Hold. Okay, I'll mute for a little bit. No, you should. You're so sexy. Oh my god. Dancing around over your sores. I haven't listened to this song in so long.
I still hear your voice when you sleep next to
can't talk right now. That's crazy. All right.
Your arms are my castle.
Padril.
Your heart is my sky. They wipe away
Ping, honestly, it's crazy.
I cry.
The good and the bad times.
We've been through them all. You make me rise when I fall. 'Cause every time we touch, I get this feeling, and every time we kiss, I swear I'll fly. Can't you feel my heart beat fast? I want this to last. Need you by my side. 'Cause every time we touch, I feel the static, and every time we kiss, I reach for the sky. Can't you hear my heart beat so I can't let you go? Want you in my life. Cause every time we touch, I get this feeling, and every time we kiss, I swear I can fly. Can't you feel my heart beat fast? I want this to last. Need you by my side.
I left my job, my boss, my car, and my home. I'm leaving for a destination I still don't know. Somewhere nobody must have duties at all. And if you like this, you can follow me. So let's go. Follow me. Let's go to the place where we belong and leave our troubles at home. Come with me. We can go to a paradise of love and joy, a destination unknown, known, 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 unknown, known, 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 unknown, known, 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 destination unknown. Now I won't feel those heavy shoulders no more. My life got better now, I finally enjoy. Yes, all the people wanna come here and so. Come on and join us, you can do that now. Let's go. Follow me. And let's go to the place where we belong and leave our troubles at home. Come with me. We can go to a paradise of love and joy, a destination unknown. We let the city, the pollution, the crowd. The air is clean, your ocean's blue. I love that sound. We're happy for this destination we found. And if you want this, you can follow me. Let's go. Follow me. And let's go to the place where we belong and leave our troubles at home. Come with me. We can go to a paradise of love and joy, a destination unknown, known, 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 known.
I'm muting because of my alarm. What the hell? How do you save yourself against the tick? save yourself? Sorry, guys. I feel like I can't do anything when that happens. Is there a way you can, like, stop it? What the hell? Was that level 4? That was so unlucky. I need to go back in the vote.
Like a blizzard. When we drink, we do it right. Getting slizzard, sipping scissor. Am I right? Like 3-6. Now I'm feeling so fly. Like a G6. Like a G6. Like a G6.
Vote for the poll of what you want now. So one more repo, Gamba, before I switch games? Or do we want to switch games straight away? Poll on top of chat. Let me know. There should be a poll on top of chat. And then you click one. There's 2 options to click. To be fair, we can do a Gamble on Gamble with Friends. Riddle, so, sorry about the beeps. So, Gamble with Friends, you have a quota like Repo, but it's a quota that you need. So instead of like finding items, you have to gamble and win the quota. And then if you don't win the quota, you die. Oh, we played 3 hours of Repo. Wow. Abs, I reckon 6 to 7 hours. All right, we're switching. Although this was fun, we're playing more of this week. This should stop soon. I'm sorry, guys. It's very frustrating for me. Tammy! Gamba. If you have inputted coins, though, you will be able to use them again. Oh my god, no way. Gamble with Friends is on crowd control. What? Ignore the wallpaper, guys. How do I end a session? There we go. What? Let me look at this. Click to install. Okay. Oh shit. Let me look at the... Wait, let me mute this and figure this out. Henry, it's iconic. Oh, now you know, babe. Let me just check the alarm thing. What's going... I don't know. I want to talk freely so bad.
cousin. Gambling runs in the family. Giddy up! Have you seen my cousin? Looks like it's a gambler standoff. Hey, mind lending a few hundred to your partner in crime? Yip, yip, yeah!
That ain't Bing Bong. Emily, are you free your Thursday, by the way, baby?
Rorks underscore
Are you
underscore
free?
socks.
We're getting
just
the
a
old,
sub for 12 months.
Repo crew
Carl's
back together.
Carl's toss.
Mm.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Rocks, Emily.
Emily just subscribed. Carl's Kermy love.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
We're pussy tossing.
Mind lending a few hundred to your partner in
Striker
crime?
underscore 500 is gifted
What
5
the hell?
subs. Naughty boy.
That's okay, doll. It would be, I think, 9 p.m. Eastern. So I totally understand if you can't. No pressure either. I just miss you guys. Rox, Striker, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know, Nat, it is. It is. I love it. Let me at people in the Discord. Beep. Sorry. Okay, let me mute again. Wait, who's this? Oh, that's funny. It's called Bang Bang. That's hilarious. Thank you, Nat. You're my goat. Oops. 9 p.m. Eastern, M? Gamble.
Yeah! I lost all my dollaroos.
I lost all my dollaroos.
Hey, mind lending a few hundred to your partner in crime? Is the house of the rising sun.
Thank you for the sub.
I love this man. What the
Put
hell?
your ass away, child.
Why is this
DR
alarm
Kids
not
just
turning off?
Subscribed. Work.
You're looking mighty fine, partner.
Look at my divine partner. Why do I love him so much?
I lost all my dollaroos.
I lost all my dollaroos. CC, thank you for 58, my love. Oh my god, thank you for the resubs, guys, and Striker for the gifted subs. That means a lot. Thank you,
You're looking mighty fine, partner.
partner. We just send it. Come on, alarm, turn off. Bang Bang is a 2-pack a day grandpa with bedazzled windbreakers. Emily, that's what happened. Ooh. Did Bing Bang come with me? Bang Bang?
Hello.
We haven't made it to 2, 3, 4 to 5 yet, right? Double jerking it. I'll mute while I do this. What does hot table means? I do know what Taskmaster is. Taskmaster. Hot tables. What does that mean? Should I do a green? Oh my god, ping. It was 30 seconds? Oh. Oh, it stopped. Yay! That was weird. Not the stray beep. It was like, we're done. Beep. Oh. Oh my god. I'm so glad I don't have kids. Can you imagine trying to put your baby to sleep and it finally stops? Oh, it stops. Okay, it stopped again. What's happening? What's going on? What the hell? That's so cute. Random cosmetic. Do I have something on my head that I can't see? I want to see. I gotta check the mirror. Lady. Guys, we're making it to level 5 today. Let me see if anyone's talk, because most people will probably be at work now. But that's crazy that it started and stopped. What the fuck? It's never done that before. Oh my god, Mr. Riddle. Oh. 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 What do I look like? What do I have? Is it the eyebrows that's new? Or maybe there's something random in the store? Carla has to save the whole building if a real emergency happens one day. Real. Wait. Oh, it's reset. Oh, okay. Oh, it's locked. Okay. I don't know what I have. I'm good, Fartman. How are you? Perfect. Let's go. Oh, I have a monocle on. Yep. Stunning. Thanks, guys. We're about to make so much money. A sophisticated lady. Oh, damn it. The coin was here. Ah, well. Reroll. I guess I could... no, it's okay. Okay, fancy. I'm fancy pants, Em. Sophisticated. We're making it to level 5. I'm telling you. This is the one. Oh, Henry! I'm about to spend big next time. There'll be a coin there. There'll be a coin. There'll be a coin, don't you worry. Oh, reception. Has this always been here?
Hello.
Hello. Watch me get a coin here because the game loves Henry. Okay, but we'll get it next. We'll get it thingamabobby. How do you win big in this? Luck. Sorry about this, guys. I like the slots, but you can lose equally as bad on the slots. So it's kind of like, honestly, it's RNG. For sure. But it's so fun. Well, I'd love to have you. It'll be US Thursday. After games with Bran, we're playing Repo. And And we are gonna heal you because we love you. Ooh. John, we love gambling. Oh, we're making money. Golden chip. Ping. What? I'm scared. Oh, stand. Woo! Ping. We did it. Oh my god, I'm so glad we won, because if we didn't, I'd feel so bad. Hi, John, by the way. Guys, thanks for hanging today. Hopefully you've had fun. I've had a great time. So Crowd Control is Gamble with Friends is on Crowd Control as a beta. So like things might not be perfect. Heads up, guys, but we are doing Crowd Control today. And then yeah. John. Let me join. All right. We simply run it back. There's the coin for Henry. Only if you bring Mimi, of course. She was so cuddly this morning. Oh my god. I wasn't even like, I had enough sleep, but it was hard to get out because she was being so cute. Fluffy. Hello, doll. Okay, big watch streak. Oh my god. Mamma mia. She's so cute. She's adorable. Little cutie patootie she is. A gun. Take some alcohols. She is sneezy, but not as much. Hey, we still got free money. That's kind of amazing. We did it. Oh, Emily. I hope you're okay, doll. Remember, you're my goat. What the hell? My immersion! We got a jackpot! We're up so big, guys. This might be our run. Crash, we're gambling! I'll snooze this as well. Yeah, the pot made me jack for real. Coin. Chili is scared of me being so upset. Oh, don't. Guys, lock in. We're getting to level 5. Our longest day, I think, is day 10. If there's one consistent thing in life, it's this bot making me lose. Don't say that. No. Hi, Bliss. Okay, free all in. We'll do blackjack again. Oh, wait, a plinko. Blackjack's the better odds, I think.
Blackjack.
Woo! That's actually ridiculous. Let's go play some plinko since we have some money to burn. Oh, Bliss, thank you. That's very nice. I don't think plinko's the way to go. Alright, we'll go downstairs. Alright, you pick, Ping. Where do you want me to put this gold coin? Henry, don't, you're so sexy. In my ass? Alright, Ping. Come here. Okay.
Cat, black cat.
I'm leaving. Oh my god. I'm leaving. Let's go a lotto ticket. Oh my god. It's funny how different this game is playing by yourself. Hello.
You naughty boy.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Blissfully Stoned.
Oh my god, Ping! Thank you for gifting a sub. That's really nice. Thank you. Ad-free viewing for Bliss. Yeah. Yeah. That's really nice.
Hello.
Hello. Henry, no! 2 coins, guys. I could lose it though. Oh my god.
Black cat.
Oh. Ooh, yay! Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
Black cat. Oh. Black cat.
Fair. Okay, let's play some of this. Keno. We're so back. We're rich! Alright, that's my cue to exit. We're so back. Gambling is guaranteed success. This game, like, it's good to play with people, but it's fun just to do like a quick wham bam thank you ma'am. Can I afford it? No. Okay. I don't need it. Yeah, press E for the love of God. Hi, dweebs. Cookie has my heart. Sorry. I'm trying to add tickets. Did it work?
Hello.
Did it work? Stuck activating? Oh, I know. I know. It adds the tickets when we're loading in. That's why Henry didn't work earlier. So I'll be able to spend it next round. Right, okay. Got you. Got you. There it is. Beautiful. Just don't die. I can't die. You're so sexy. Alright. A gun. That fried chicken? Which fried chicken? Oh, riddle. That would be fun. I'd be down. Let's play some Keno. 63k. Nice. So I just used a machine that increases your max bet. You naughty boy.
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to Granny. Thanks to @Ping Ping Chicken Wing for my sub gift.
Granny! Hi, baby. I want to play more of this with you. Maybe Friday we do Overwatch and gamble with friends. Oh, not good. Ooh, this is not good. No, I'm not gonna die. Don't worry. I just need... Huge. What's the time? Mr. Ruddle? I might have to blackjack. Okay. Alright, one more Keno and then I do blackjack. Huge, we're so back, we're so back. We're so back. One and a half. Huge, huge. I love Henry. Every time I go with a friend, you're like, move it. Or not. Scoobity Bopida to you too. A minute, a minute. I've heard a low flying plane before and I've honestly been like, alright, well, oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. You fuck. Okay.
Blackjack.
Oh.
Blackjack. Jack. Blackjack. Jack, blackjack. Blackjack. Jack.
We simply go again. We needed the slots, damn it. When the slots aren't here, I lose. So fuck my tick. Oh, shit. I refunded your ticket. I'm a good guy. Not punks tuckets. Grand, get in for one round. I'm joking. Oh, I died. Would you actually play around? One, really? Oh my god, bitch. What's the push to talk button? What if we end up winning big?
Cleared for takeoff. Runway 09.
Aw, Riddle, that's cute as. No stress though, don't worry about it. That's very nice. I think it'll be okay. Because I'm hosting it. As long as one person's hosting it. Girl! Get out of the box, bitch.
Hello?
Hello, slut.
Hello?
I like your hat.
Oh my god, wait, what hat do I have on?
You have this big art. You have the top hat.
Oh my god, this huge hat. Huge hat.
Huge hat. Let's go, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love this game.
I love how you're so addicted that you actually said yes to doing this. That's when you know.
What's in the store?
We got a coin.
No, I don't want any of these things.
Okay.
I feel quite satisfied with my hat situation.
We have to make it big. We have to make it to the millions.
Absolutely.
Alright.
Get in the limo. We're going gambling.
Yes. We're doing it.
Oh, I love the casino. Oh, I love it. Oh, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in.
Yeah.
Bloody hell! Bloody hell!
Bloody hell! Alright.
Okay, what are we starting with?
Whatever you want, babe.
Oh my god, have I been echoing this whole time?
No. Here, put this coin in the blackjack.
Okay. I like that you trust me with the blackjack. You're like, you do it.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, mate. Or locked a bit. Is this all in?
Yep.
Okay. You might go 360. I want to play.
Ooh.
Ooh. Hit me.
Ooh.
Oh, hit me again. Hit me like a...
A wasteland.
Yeah. Let's fight for the wasteland.
Oh.
Oh.
Whatever you want to do, sweetie.
No, I'm gonna stand.
Okay. Oop.
I love gambling. Okay.
Oh wait, what if we do this? Okay, doesn't work. All right, you do the slots over here, and I'll sing.
Oh yes, the singing. Okay, okay.
Go. Ramallah, set me free. Out this misery. No matter where, give my life for girl. You can't handle me. Damn, what's going on? Mic drop. All right.
Oh. Okay, well.
That's all right. We
listen,
can.
It's okay. We have $745 left.
Girl, I'm worried.
This is concerning. Oh my god! We're back, baby. We just had to lock in.
All we need is one good win.
I can't. Oh!
Oh, we're so back. We're so back. Wow! We did it!
So much money.
We did it!
All we needed was slide.
Yeah! Oh wait, triple or lose last week. Oh, I did it too late. Wait, if you pick that up, does it let you?
I think so.
Ooh.
What just happened?
Oh yes!
Oh! What does that carry over to the next round?
Yes, it does. Alright. I know, Grace. I'm addicted. Hi, Bizzle.
Now, baby, come on. Claim that love.
I thrive on the bot hate.
Get me out of that box.
Let me out his vacuum. Let's take him to the wasteland.
Mama's gotta get her sickies. I wanna go back to the casino.
I'm going back. Really, Grace? Doesn't surprise me. We have to make it to like level day 10 with Grant. Oh. Oh, I'm excited. Hi, baby.
Hey,
Get in.
mind if I come in? Okay.
Urgh.
I'll sit right here.
Alright.
Alright, I'm ready to go in.
Hello. Wham bam, thank you, man.
Did you get an all-in coin?
Yes, here you go.
Right
Right here.
Where is it?
Yes.
Oh, where is the blackjack?
There's no blackjack, so you're gonna have to pick something else.
It's no blackjack.
No.
Let's
There's roulette or the wheel. Which one do you want?
do roulette.
Okay.
Okay, are we betting on black or red?
What do you feel, Joel?
Black.
Okay,
Okay, yeah,
go for it.
black, go.
Alright, come on.
Now, baby, come on.
Yay! Wait, there's a mystery box? Oh, let's open it. Thank you, Joel. Hingy wingy. I'm gonna jump scare her when she gets in here. Gran! Hello?
Am I alive?
Yeah, babe, you're fine. It was just a love
Oh my
gun.
God, that scared me.
Sorry.
I knew you were up to something. I didn't know what, but I knew something was going.
Oh! Oh! Don't shoot them.
Why?
I just started blasted. Trying to work here. I'm sorry. A visceral scream. Get in here. I just started blasted. Bruh.
Set me free.
Set me free.
Out this misery. Show me the way.
Bruh.
Wow, okay.
Mimo just shops before we go. More of a shotgun, you're right. You right.
I can't afford this.
Time to make some money.
It's time to go now.
Oh wait, you just give Gran a random hat freedom? I think you just did. Oh.
Did you get a hat too? Oh my God! Look at your giant hat.
Did you like it?
You could fit so many popcorns in there.
Oh my god, you're so right.
What's this? A taser?
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, pick up the coin. What I'm gonna do is increase max bet, and then you put the coin in.
Wait, that's a busted combo.
I know, go for it. That's if we win or draw.
Jeez, we could win 4,700.
Oh, actually, nearly 9,000.
Oh, girl.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, cool, stand.
Ooh, stand.
Even if we draw, we're gonna make money. Yeah. Yes. It's already slot. I'm gonna bet max bet for a laugh.
That's good. It's okay.
Well, we still have the money.
Well, it's not, but you know
Oh,
what?
look,
You know
here. I have an idea.
No, because I have a better one. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Go look.
Slay? Okay, Harry, hello.
Shot.
Slash.
The way we had all the money.
That's okay.
Now, baby, come on.
We'll get it again.
Sluts always come back around. That's where the word slut comes from. Okay, I'm just having a balls ass of a time over here.
What does this do?
Ooh. Oh, what did you? Oh my God, Carla, what is that? There's a man in there?
Have you seen my cousin?
Oh, I have not seen your cousin.
Oh.
Go, boy. Go.
Girl, I thought you were putting on a voice and you put a filter on when you picked it up, so I did the voice.
That's funny.
That's why I did that.
That's funny.
Have you seen my cousin?
Have you seen my cousin?
Have you seen my cousin?
Wait, what? Where did you get that dead bag?
Well, I don't know what you do with it.
Where did you get it?
I have crowd control on.
Oh, okay.
You're looking mighty fine, partner.
What do I do with it? May I bring in the elevator? Is Wobble Voice working?
Why does your voice sound like
Oh, it is working then. Oh, okay.
part of crowd control too?
Yeah, I just can't hear it. That's funny.
Oh my god, it sounds hilarious. But we can't leave yet.
No, we can't. We need our money.
I'm gonna do the wheel.
Okay. 20 mil loan? I don't think so. Let's see. No.
Are you trying to gamble the debt away?
I'm trying to get some money.
Gamble the debt?
Yeah, but it's not working.
Well, that's what caused the Freddie Mac Fannie Mae housing market crash in 2008. Did we learn nothing? Huh? Hmm? Do you need another lecture on commercial mortgage-backed securities?
Yes.
I see.
Come on, win a jackpot.
Yeah, you see that? That's how you trade a B piece with J.P. Morgan. Uh-oh. Well, that wasn't a good deal with Barclays. Oh, we're out of. We're a little short. Now this is called the Big Short. We have no money.
That can either hinder or help the
How do we get
players
it back?
as they
Do we have
attempt to
script?
pay off their massive shared debt. So is this meant to do something?
Put your ass away, child.
Stands leg.
All right, let's bring.
Old Taxi,
Let's
I
bring the
just
bag.
subscribed.
Yeah, see if you can see if you can do it.
Okay. Taxi.
Where are you taking it?
I think we just leave with it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We'll see if it works.
Sure.
Oh, that makes sense.
Go home and die.
Jack, hello, doll. Hi, Joe.
Now, baby.
Maxie, thank you for 18. How are you? Hello.
You guiltily walking in with that bag.
I hope it works.
Oh my god, the way we had all that money too. I'm screaming. I'm crying. Oh, oh god.
Maybe. Well, I don't know how that works. The bag?
Yes.
Yeah, what's the person? It's beta, yeah. So what's the bag? What does it say on it? Let me see. Spawn debt bag.
What is the purpose of the bag?
Spawns a big sack of money to pay off a debt.
What is the purpose? Was it just for fun?
What the hell? Oh my god, I love that. Flight sim. We'll investigate.
Baby, come on. Don't blame
me. I want to see what it does. The question mark next to it. Retry effects? Let me have a look. Yeah, the question mark. I'm gonna respawn it. I'm gonna redo it and see what it says. I'm curious about it.
Now, baby,
Well, it spawned the sack, but we don't know what the sack does. Let's try again.
Hello. Hello.
Because it is 20 mil.
Oh.
There's your coin, doll.
Oh my god, I love that you always get me one. You know Grandma loves her all-in coin.
Yes. Are there slots? Oh my god, there's slots.
There was roulette. Let me do the roulette.
Did you lose it?
It's fine. It's fine.
You can spawn my shack.
What do? You do oh?
Great.
Oh no! Oh wow! Oh my god!
We did it!
Winning!
I can see your huge ass hat.
I won so much!
Should we leave?
I think we should, Carla.
Okay.
Remember what happened last? Oh, you got one. You kind of crop dusted it on the way out.
Yes. Ugh.
Girl, I'm still recovering from that butter chicken.
Really?
Oh my god. It was so good.
Gran and I had butter chicken together. It was really great.
Guys, this is genuinely what Carla looks like when you go to a casino with her. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, cat.
Grace. Alright. That's true.
Oh,
Benty!
true.
Yeah, bloody true, doll.
Put your ass away, child.
Benty Bird just subscribed.
Benty!
Carla plus bonus
I'm
grand hype.
joking. Thank you for 58, doll. You're my god. Oh, I love naan bread and butter chicken so much. Oh my god. So good. Naan. Oh. It's alright. Nan nan. What's my name? Oh nan nan. What's my name? Great. That's gonna be our stim later tonight. Oh nan nan. What's my name?
Oh, man, what's my name? Oh, yeah.
Ugh. Abs, today was so good. Thank you for being here. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you've enjoyed yourself too, guys.
No coin today? Okay.
No coin.
Kill myself.
Don't say that. You're so sexy. No, no coin, no card. They were so fun. Thank you for being here, guys.
Some money, you'll be rich like you.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Let's take him to the wasteland. Bloody hell!
Bloody hell.
Behind you, Faria!
Oh. Oh, I've kind of been gambling too much. Whoops.
What the game's all about? Don't worry, doll. I'll win it back for ya.
Thanks. Bloody hell. Whoopsies. I don't think I have. Bing. Oh. Run, Gran, run. Oh.
What do you mean, run?
We had quota.
Oh.
It's alright, Ping, don't worry.
Outrageous.
Run, run, run!
Oh my god, I accidentally hit play again. Whoopsie, hold on. Okay, whatever.
Alright, get out, get out, get out.
Get out. Oh, I do like neon.
Ping kept adding money to our pot and then we'd go under and I wouldn't notice until it was too late.
Oh, that's famous in front.
Ping. Oh, shut.
By the way, Carla, you don't need to talk to mute or whatever.
True. I have push to talk on.
It's probably better so I know if you're talking to the chat and I'm just being big and loud.
No, I like when you're big and loud.
When I talk over you, no.
Ooh, coin. Eh. Why run? That's funny. I'll ask her.
I want it.
Gran, have you ever done a Nang?
What's that?
What is a Nang? Isn't it those things you inhale and get high for like 15 minutes? I've never done one, but have you?
Why are your? How did your eyes just do that?
Hold right click.
Oh, now baby, come on. Surrender to my will.
The silence is telling.
Jack Table trying to win.
Justice reign from. Okay.
No, because you did a really good ult last night. Was it last night? I think you
One
did
of the
really good
nights.
ult.
It was
You killed,
actually
like,
a good
3
ult.
people.
Yeah. Alright, wait. Gran, pick up the coin.
Give me coin.
And we're gonna do 1, 2, buckle your shoe, right here.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah.
Go for it, Dom.
Ooh.
You only need to win or draw.
Are you kidding me?
Stand. Oh my god.
Oh.
Woo!
You know what you lost.
10 mil! Hi, Yusuf! How are you, doll? Y'all love me, Grandma. She's my favourite. Let's go! What did you do? Oh my god, I do love neon!
I do love neon. Oh, it's snowing.
Ah! It's snowing! Ooh, gross.
Meow.
I love the tour.
I love the tour. I go through hell when I tour.
I love when you say it. I love the tour.
What was the name of my stream today?
Oh,
I
really?
love to tour.
I love the tour.
No.
I go through
no.
hell. I should make that a
I love to tour.
Wait, there must be an emote. Wait, let me see. I'm gonna see if there's an emote. I love to tour. No. I should make it. Doing good, just watch Obsession. Ooh, how'd you find it? Wait. She's gonna be spending money on something. Ghost Obsession is scary though, it's very upsetting. Wait, hello as well. Hello. All these random cosmetics where I must look so sexy. I love the tour. Such a ride. Oh, is it jump scary? Or just more like atmospheric, uncomfortable? Motto, do it. Granny's amazing.
I love the tour.
Oh my god. Wait, did you change?
Okay, I got... Suit?
Hope you're having a great Monday, doll. Deeply uncomfortable. Okay, so I've heard.
I love the tour.
I love. Ooh.
I love the tour.
How far did we make it together? What was our high score?
5, I think.
What's this?
Did you get a coin? I love the tour.
That's such a random emote. I love the tour.
I love the tour.
Alright, let's see.
I love that you have a viewer named Homo Huddle.
I know, it's great, isn't it? Ooh.
Blackjack tape.
Time difference. True. What time is it? 1:30. I love the tour. I can shoot limbs off ground. Oh my god.
We can leave.
Should we just leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love the tour. Oh, I'm alive.
I love the tour.
I love the tour. I go through hell when I'm touring.
Oh, riddle slay. It would stay on. I go through hell touring. Hi, Ark. You can shoot off people's limbs for the quota, Venti. Which is crazy.
Tour.
I go through hell touring. Alright. Alright. We've set her off. Ooh, coins!
You did this.
I know.
You did this.
Alright. Got them old lady gambling skills? Yeah. Needed to, yeah, it opens the door. The door. Fired 9mm. Do you want the house door? Maybe want to go to bingo. Oh, I love bingo. Oh, and chocolate chip cookie. Or I love tour. Poker, I hardly know her. Wait, yes.
Hello.
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 Alright, there's your coin, doll. And I have the maximum bet.
Oh, yes. Where's the...
Please be blackjack. Please. Oh.
Oh, I do.
I do love neon. Oh. Wait, don't put it in yet. Go for it, doll.
Jeez, okay.
Make my millennium.
Blackjack.
Woo! Alright, we still got money.
You joking?
We still got it.
Oh my god, we did it.
Because it was a draw, so it's free money.
Or do you wanna do a slot?
I'll do a slot.
Ah, cause I'm tied off.
Oh, why not? No, why not? Alright, we go. I love seeing you run so fast with that hat.
Girl, you know I'm knocking birds over.
Real.
Excuse me, you were in my flight path.
Oh, the Psy Fox, yes. I used to win bingo all the time and the oldies would be so annoyed at me. What seems to be the problem, dear? I think it does go through the limo. Day sucks. Do you remember what our highest day was?
I don't think we got higher than day 6 because we have a tendency to do super well and then we get silly.
Okay.
Like, remember that Overwatch round last night at Lombardi? I was back and everyone was doing so well, and everyone got silly at the end? Yeah, it's just like that.
Okay. You're right.
I'll never let that go.
I know.
These glasses.
Hi, Panda.
Oh. I don't have it.
I love to shop.
I love shop.
More cookie for me.
Love the tour. I love the tour. Hello.
Okay, so let's see what this item is.
Yeah, what is it, love? What is
Oh,
that?
yeah, the coin doll.
Oh, good, yes. Let me find the blackjack table then.
All right. I'll do some Keno.
I go. Uh-oh. Is there no blackjack table? Well... What's this?
Don't use it on that one.
The wheel is bad, I fear.
Real.
What about this one? I don't know what this is.
It's Keno. So you pick your thingamabobs, and the more diamonds that land on it, the more money you get.
I don't mean to alarm you, but that man was staring at you very closely. I think he...
My God, grow up.
Carla, maybe you should talk to him. You know, it's been years. Go on. I want grandchildren.
No.
Talk to him. Carla, come here. No, she's not. No, there's nothing wrong with her. She's a little skittish. Come here. Oh my God. What? Let me put her on this thing. This thing?
I don't know.
Well, there's no blackjack table, so you have to make a choice. All of these are bad options. Let's put it on here.
Wow. Whoopsies.
Well. Okay, here we go.
Gamble
You
all,
ready?
Jen. Yes. Go for it, baby.
The way you like left my line of sight, and I genuinely thought you disappeared.
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay, well,
Was
we're
that
so
6
close.
times? Down
What
here,
should
down
we
here.
play? I don't like any of our options.
3 or more on these.
Oh,
Oh, here we go. 2, 3,
I left to
1, 2. Okay, awkward.
You're so good at Keno.
1, 2.
Oh.
No, we're fine. Oh. No, we're fine. 3. Yes.
Oh!
Okay. Yeah, Henry, say the line. All right, go. Say the line, and then I'll do it.
Say the line.
Yeah, every time someone goes move your gems, and then I press it, it does it. Ready? All right. Well, it didn't, but that's okay.
Move
1,
your
3, 4. Yes.
Oh, yeah, oh.
Here, go over here and repress the numbers.
Okay,
So just put
I
your
will.
whatever you want to put on it.
okay. Watch this. Oh, yeah, okay. How many more?
Just go until you can't do. Okay, perfect.
Okay, I've
Ready?
pressed them all. Okay, yeah,
You did it. You're dot.
did it.
Oh no.
Put your ass away, child.
Lee underscore
Oh, shut.
Miserables just subscribed.
I'm going back to the Plinko board. That's the only thing that's ever loved me like a man.
Sarah,
Oh, wow,
46. Okay, 34 seconds.
What do you mean? That's not good, Carla.
Lock in, lock in.
Well, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Okay, okay, okay.
Well, I was. Uh-oh. Come on, baby. Oh, shit.
Lock in.
Oh, my God, no.
No.
Oh, no, I'm killed, I fear.
Oh. No. Success, kid. Wait, I gotta do that. I love to tour.
I love the tour. Love the tour.
Oh.
Now, baby, come on.
Where were the blackjack and the slots?
Like, literally, that, we were handicapped by that. I love blackjack.
I know. What the hell?
Love Jack Black.
I love to blackjack.
I love the game. Do we do another?
Yes, please. Unless you want to go.
No, I want to do it. I'm mad as hell.
Yep.
Now, baby, come on.
The massive top hat. I love blackjack and I love to tour.
I love to tour. I go through hell when I'm in debt.
Oh. I go through hell when I'm in debt. So funny. Eh.
Tour.
All right. Hello. Henry, all great choices.
Off.
Thank you, Sarah. Have I missed any resubs? I don't think I did. Is that Minecraft? When I had the donkey schlong? That's so funny. Alright, get me in.
Please have a blackjack table.
There's blackjack.
Thank God, Carla. Thought I'd never see another blackjack table again. I'm going all in.
Blackjack.
Would you look at that? I won.
That's amazing. Keep going.
Yeah, I will. I'm the workhorse around here. my god, that's an amazing hand. Bitch. Ugh. Amandel! Oh.
I trust you.
No,
For
yeah, I'm
you.
gonna go again.
Oh,
Watch
there's slots.
this.
I didn't see the slots here.
Oh no. Okay, go to the slides, baby.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know Mama messed up. Oh,
Wait, saved it. Huge.
wait, how did you get all that money?
I reversed it.
Oh, good idea.
I should have left, but that's okay because we can get it. One more spin, we got it.
Oh my god, we're so close. No.
Alright, let's go, let's go.
Let's get out of here.
Let's get out here.
No, because I do love it. I do love the sport of gambling.
I do love neon.
It gives me pleasure, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, Carla, I was watching this TikTok today about British grandmothers for no reason when they're watching television.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, oh, she looks awful, doesn't she?
Doesn't
Oh,
she?
she squeezed into that, didn't she?
Not Brit talk.
Terrible. She's real thin. What have they been feeding her? Now I sublime.
Oh, shit. Alright. We're doing it. Can confirm, have a British grandmother? Danny, we're so winning and definitely not losing, I swear. I want to get to the higher levels with Graham. I want to see, like, how she feels about it. Hello, love. We're winning. All right.
Name's Darren.
Darren, my name's fucking Kyle.
It's called Tag Team, Australian Tag Team.
Oztag.
Yeah, Oztag, aye.
We've got 2 of these.
What'd you get?
We can increase the max. Are there any slots?
Is there a blackjack, Shabal? Oh, there
Right
is.
here.
Can you? Oh, you know what? No, do it once. Yeah. Yeah, you take this. I don't want to do it.
Oh, I don't think we should. That's risky.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh my god, what a time!
We are. Yeah, let's leave.
Girl, I see what happened.
Let's go.
You think I was born yesteryear?
Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, she squeezed into that, didn't she?
Didn't she? Yep. Hold E. Hold E, you slut.
Oh!
Yippee! I haven't been to Vegas. Oh my god, that would be a thrill. And maybe overstimulating. But I'm interested. I like how Gran always goes shopping. Don't get us excited. Oh, Riddle, really? Oh my god. T. What did Gran buy? Yeah, Benty. Slots in the grocery stores? What? Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Real nice. To have a new outfit every round.
I know. Oh god. Yeah. It's like the thing I look forward to. It's like every day I wake up and I log on to the Blizzard Overwatch store to see what's in the shop available.
Real.
The first thing I do.
And there's no cat skins.
Oh god, I know. It's terrible.
Uh-oh, pick up that coin, girl.
Oh. Oh my god.
Blackjack, blackjack, over here. Go for it.
The coin.
Blackjack.
Uh-oh. That's okay. Watch this. Watch this. Oh, good job!
Yes, I'm winning over here. I tell you what.
Check this out. Ooh. Oh!
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Garlita cappuccino ballerina spaghetti pizzeria Italia.
Bye, Joe. I'll see you soon, doll. Hopefully your weekend was good too. Thanks for hanging. Alright.
Right?
At 8 a.m. Wow. Good luck. Good luck or get fucked. Alright.
When I wake up.
Well, I know I'm gonna be.
When I
Oh, yeah? Alright. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what she's dressed like this time. I want to get to level 4 with her.
Oh, you're gonna love this one. Are you ready?
Show me, girl. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a penis.
You're a penis.
I'm a peanut.
Girl. If we don't win looking like that.
I mean, really, what's the point of living? I don't know. Oh, smells so good. Where's my blackjack table? Is it up here?
No
you know
blackjack.
What? I think the levels are the same.
High low though. There's high low over here.
Oh no, yeah, no, there's no blackjack. Oh god. Yeah.
She a peanut.
I'm a peanut. I am a peanut, and a peanut is what I am.
Face swear word.
Uh-oh. Here comes trouble.
Probably.
Look at this game face.
Probably fuck maybe.
Not good. Teams are gearing up.
Okay.
I'm getting out this
Ran
damn
across
machine.
her.
It's bringing trouble to my life.
Probably fuck.
Shut up.
Ooh, not good.
You believe there's a strategy to Kino?
I don't think so. But I could be wrong.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
That was a lot.
How many did you have?
4? 5? Okay, some whore is... Hello, I'm using this. Oh my god, yes!
We're so
Wait,
close.
Oh, we're so close.
Oh, we're so close. Grand change taxi.
What?
Put your ass away,
Stinks.
child.
47?
ST1GGS
What
just
the hell?
subscribed. Hello, doll. Happy
Peanut?
47, 0 less than 3.
Oh, wait, do we have it? We have it, we have it. Let's leave, let's leave.
Let's get out of here!
Ooh, I could triple it. Should I try?
Do it, do it!
Ooh. Okay, fuck it. Woo!
Oh my god, yeah!
Slay. 3-hour nap. Good morning. Stakes, how are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? Thank you, 47. Oh my god.
How do you change the color of me?
Oh, I'll show you.
I didn't. Oh my god, I should change my hands like brown so I match the peanut.
The peanut.
I want to look like the peanut.
I'll show you. So get out of your box and then come through the bathroom-y.
Show me.
And then you press the color you want and then you jump in the bath.
Oh. Oh, is there a peanut color?
Maybe
Not
the
really.
reddish or the orange.
Maybe the orange.
And then jump in the bath. Oh, a bit too bright. Maybe the red.
How do I look?
Yeah, you look sexy, but
You think the red or?
yeah,
Oh,
maybe the red.
actually, watch this shit.
Oh yes, you got
Yeah.
your gloves on.
I've got my gambling gloves on, love.
Yeah, that's fucking good,
Yeah.
eh?
All right then.
Yeah. All right. Oh, I do love neon.
I do love it.
All right, lock in. I do love neon. Wait for her to get in. Espresso Martini. She likes this game so much, she said, yeah, I'll join. The gambling guy, on. Oh. Gamble. Yeah,
Yes,
I know I'm gonna be.
I'm gonna be the clown that's gambling next to you. There's my coin.
Take that blue book, doll,
Yes.
and use it.
Ooh.
And then if we
Use
have a
it
really
now?
bad, if we have a really bad loss, we have a 60-second time machine down here.
Oh, good. What is my blackjack?
I convinced her to play around with me, doll. Did you win?
I did.
Should we
my
leave?
God,
Should we
I
leave?
can't
Should we
stop
leave?
winning. Yeah.
What the hell?
Oh my God, Carla, did you see the teaser for the Dead by Daylight next chapter?
No? What was it?
I could be wrong, but it might be Pennywise.
No.
I'm not sure. Like, it seems a little too vague for Pennywise.
Oh, that'd be scary though.
But I don't know. It could be. Some people are saying it's going to be like the Crimson.
Oh, shucks.
But if it was Pennywise,
Well,
I'd be
I
so
would love
excited.
to. I would love to with Gran. For sure. Day 10, here we come. Chris, what are you planning? Ooh, our combo. I'll let her buy something. Hello, Chris.
I don't need any of this. You go buy your stuff. Do you want to buy something?
That's okay. We've got our juice. We've got our coin. I want to look at the teaser. Where is it? Where's the teaser? I'll have a look. Is it on
I saw
Tweeters?
it on TikTok, I think.
Let me
It's
see.
the only reason I think it's it is because there's a shot of someone staring with their mouth open near the end. And they're like, oh, and then it says something like, you belong to it. That's like the last line. That seems like too on the nose, maybe.
Oh, wow. Oh. The ancient being, it slips into your darkest memories, your fears, the tools you're suffering, it laws. Oh, you belong to it. Oh my god, I think it is.
You know, this is a big deal because Stephen King does not license his characters out. Ever. Like, think of the last time you ever saw, like, a Stephen King character in something?
Grab your coin, slut. Oh my god, I would love it. That'd be amazing.
I would too, and if you know what, if you do it, I reckon they could get more Stephen King properties.
Yes. There's no blackjack doll. What do you want?
Do this one.
Okay. And for breakfast, a pizza. All right, put
Oh my
your
God,
put your
okay.
stuff in. There's slots downstairs, I think.
This mission, this goddamn bingo board is so bad.
I know. $3,000 spin. I would love it to be in DVD. Oh,
Not bad. Good spin. Oh, not good.
oh, shut. Oh no. Whoa, what did you win? Oh, we're nearly there. I can hear it. Get off, Kano. Alright. We don't need that much more. Just one more
Will you
spin.
look up at me?
Yeah, true. Let's go. Oh wait, is that enough?
This is a
Oh, it's
record.
not. It's not. It's not. Oh, one more. Oh, shut. Oh, shut. Oh no! We're drawing a crowd. Alright, now we go. Oh wait, it's not enough. Fuck. Me and my math's not mathing. Alright, surely that's enough. Alright, we go.
Oh my god, thank goodness.
Oh my god. Hello, Axel. I know. I didn't even... Oh, I didn't even know this would happen, doll. Go tap the
Don't look at
screen.
me like that.
No, you know I can't help it. Making me
Yeah,
nervy.
baby, come on.
Join the pool. Holdy. Chris, we're trying to get Gran to play as long as we can.
Oh.
Reset the
Not
money
right.
when it's just me. Or do what you want, I don't care, it's alright. That's the fun of it.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, Crash, that would be amazing. Yes. That'd be amazing. Imagine resetting it when I'm on millions. Oh my god. I'd probably cry a little bit, but that's okay. That's the fun. Yes. Alright. 150k. Level 3. Have we been to level 3 together?
I know this is a wow. Yeah. Oh my god, look at these ladies. They have like blinking necklaces and glasses.
Bring your
I'm gonna be like, damn.
bring your coin. Meg,
Oh
that's-
yes.
I think that's not blackjack. Wait.
Oh, this is poker.
Oh. There's no blackjack.
There's roulette.
Play roulette. 23k.
Yeah, go on then.
Put your
Oh,
coin
you
in.
don't have to. Okay.
Yeah,
Red.
Minesweeper. That's all right, darling.
Can I reverse it?
We don't have that, but that's okay. We can figure it out.
Oh, now you want to hit red? Okay, yeah, okay, cool. What bet are you putting?
That's too much.
Ooh, 23,000.
I know that's too much.
Yeah, that's horrible. I would never.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Well.
Okay.
The dice and bits.
Woo!
Okay.
Oh. Unless we get a straight here. We get a 5 and something else.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know how to play
2,
that
3, and 5. So we need a 5. That'll be good.
Okay.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Shh. It's okay, sweetie. You're safe with me, sweetie. You're so muffled. You're okay, sweetie. The muffle is actually crazy. I'm gonna make everything okay. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, there you go. I'm gonna put everything back to normal, okay? I just had to... It was for the greater good.
Oh,
Hi, sweetie.
I love you.
I love you. I'm gonna remove one of my eyes for you.
Okay.
Alright.
Am I still a beautiful peanut?
Yes?
This shit's getting serious now.
I know. I roll a bit. Okay. Guys, I had to shoot her. I'm sorry. In-game. Raw.
Ah.
Alright.
Baby, come on. Don't think that love you never.
Alright, let's go, baby. We have Minesweeper, fun.
Roulette. What is this?
Guys, Minesweeper. I'm scared.
Minesweeper?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes, do it.
That's so unlucky.
Did you just jump on it?
No, I just died. Alright, we have to do smaller bit. got it. You got it.
Oh, me?
So
Am I
cash
paying?
out when you, because you can cash out at any point. The more
Oh.
green you hit, the better. So you can cash out any point. Okay, cash out. Oh, you were so close to them.
Oh, girl, I did so well just then, yeah.
You got it, doll. Nice.
Oh, I'm good at this.
Happens to the best of us. What's this one? Roll dice and beat the odds. I haven't played this. Let's try. Did we win? 6. I don't know what I'm doing. Refund. You're doing great, sweetie. I don't know. I don't want to die. We don't need that much more. I'll play this again. I don't know how to play there. Ten. Did I lose? I think I lost. I'm cashing out. I'm scared. We might be able to do it. Only 90k.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Wait, this game is good.
We're so close. A minute. Oh wait, do we have it? Oh, we're so close. I won't spend any money.
Wait, this one is really good.
You won. 90. Oh, it's so close. 8k more.
Oh, we did it.
Run.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait, that game, I've never played that game. It was good.
I don't really get it, but it's also cool.
You just have to pick, like, who's gonna get closer to 9.
Oh,
That's it, really.
true. Yippee! I'm gonna get my eye back. Whoa, I think this is the furthest we've gotten together. I thought.
Day 9? We have to make $1.2 million.
Easy.
Good God.
Hello. Oh, coin. Huge. Huge. Guys, this is the furthest we've gotten with Grant. That's kind of crazy. This is our furthest. And I have a coin.
This is so...
Oh my god. Thank you for the crowd control stuff. You naughty slut. Furthest solo, I think, was day 10. Here, take your coin. Blackjack. Alright, you could make 1.4 mil.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, that's right. This is your 9-1, Gran. How do you play?
Oh, this one? Okay, so you just have to bet, is he going to get closer to 9? Will it be a tie or the player? I just always pick player.
What's
and
0?
eventually you just win.
Why did I get... It was 8 and 2. Why is that 0?
I don't know. It's like, I think, so 3, 9... There's some kind of system where it goes up and down. I don't know.
Oh, okay, you do it.
It's totally random.
Oh, can't go above 9? It's alright, guys. Watch this.
The luck is not with me today, Mama.
Lake Titicaca. Hakuna. Matata.
Hey, my tatas.
ESC_ just resubbed for 31 months. Carl's Doug.
Oh my god. Thank you. How are you, Joel? Oh, Plinko. I'd love. Oh. So close.
Somebody.
This might be it for us. Not good.
Not good. Oh god, what are we gonna do?
I don't know. We're screwed.
Sam.
Just a blackjack, man, please.
Is there any minimum? 30k.
No,
Oh, we don't.
Minimum. Oh shit.
12k. I don't know how to play this though. 12k.
Oh my god, the penguin one stresses me out. Oh, let me check. What's the minimum for the wheel? 30k? Uh-oh.
I'm scared. For Wintermill, everyone gets gifted subs. Crash, look, I will shoot her in game, but also no fresh. Damn it. Where is it? Where the gun spawn?
I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm winning.
Oh. Sorry, sweetie. You're doing really well. Sorry if I scared you. Sorry, sweetie. I'm gonna get everything back, okay? It's all good, honey. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm winning. So, a quota gun, if you shoot your teammate heaps, you just fill the quota, but you have to remove limbs. It's not really smart, because I have to do this now. But... Alright, so... Good news is... let me see. How much for my eye? Body. $18 a ticket. One moment, sweetie. And And then how much for your body? I might be a bit broke. Can you talk yet? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna remove my mouth for you, but you won't be able to hear me.
What?
Alright, hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me mumbling?
I can hear you mumbling.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, so this is how you're gonna sound?
Yeah, just for a round.
You're so quiet.
Okay, watch time. How's your day, Tammy? Has it gotten better? I hope so. One round. How much do we have to make? 4 million.
Hello.
Look, level 4, Gran.
Huh? Wow, this is fancy. What's this? Ooh. Okay.
That was fun. Oh my god. The dragon machine. We don't have blackjack or slots. Not good. I had to pawn my eye for Granny to get her body back. Nice. I'm doing max bet on this. 1, 2.
Oh my god, we need to up the bets.
Ooh. 2. Ooh. Ooh. We might do it, we might do it.
I'm undoing my buttons.
Like slowly and surely doing it. 1. 2.
Oh my god. Oh,
Alright,
wow.
2 minutes. Oh my god, I'm nervous. Oh, I'm nervous. Nice. Nice. Oh shit. I feel like... Oh, we just need like... I really believe in us too. We're so close. Oh, we're so close. Oh, we're so close. I'm sick.
We're so close.
Oh, we're so close.
No.
Gran! Let's go. Henry! That's so funny. We're so close. We're fine. We're fine. I just gotta get her mouth back. Alright, let's get our mouth back. And mine too. 14 million. Girl, get your mouth back. Where are you? Come in here. Alright.
Wait, I didn't have a mouth that whole time.
No, I removed it at the end. Because we got a quota gun again.
That gun has saved us so many times.
I know, 3 times now. It's actually really
Not
good. We should
good.
purchase that more.
Not good.
Not good. Also, not Graham with one eye. All we have to make is 10 million. Really not that much.
Oh,
Come on,
day
give us-
11?
Give us a
Hello?
gold coin, come on. While active, prevent all loss nearby. Okay.
Oh, prevent
Follow
loss
that.
nearby? That's good.
Here, so go to the slots over here and do max bets. Over here, doll.
Is there a... Oh, you want me to spin this?
Yeah, do max bets. And I'll do loss. Go.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah. Alright, it's over. Ooh,
Oh my god, we won so much already.
we won.
Holy.
Did you just make 4 mil?
I don't know what I did. Oh my god, you just made $1 million?
$1 million.
$1 million?
Dollars.
Okay.
I'm scared.
Teams are gearing up.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't do max bets, but here I am. Alright, let's do one more and we gotta go to another thing.
What?
Oh, we have Minesweeper. We have the 9 game.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, don't do the max. We can't afford it anyway. Perfect. Nice.
Are you joking?
I'm going on the pokies.
Oh, I can't believe this.
Slow and steady, 2 minutes. I'm doing smaller bets, like a fool.
Oh my god. Oh, I fear for our lives. I tell you what. Oh! Well.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. I love to tour. Oh, Carla. Oh. Oh.
What's the minimum bet?
We have $6,000. I don't think any table will take us. They're all too wealthy. Oh, even Minesweeper won't take us. Do it. Oh.
I don't think there's enough. Oh no. Wait, can you pick it up and shoot me? Shoot me. Alright, now we have to go to the elevator. Oh, we didn't think about this. Okay, let's just go. Let's just jump to the... Do we still win if we have the quota, but not in the lift? I didn't think about this. Is there a restore body thing that I can spawn and cheat? Alright, we just have to go home. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't think about this. I'm gonna see something. No, I don't think you can. I think... I don't think you can. Alright. How are we meant to get here? I just gotta figure out how to roll. This way? Okay, wait, I think I figured it out. I'm just gonna get really dizzy. Oh no. Yeah, I think we will have to toss each other. Where are you? Are you nearly there? Yeah, I can't look at the screen either. Look away, guys. Sorry, guys. Even I'm very dizzy. But you know what I'm going to do? Okay. Is Gran there? How did Gran do it? I think Gran did it. Oh. Get in there. Alright, we did it. Oh my god. How many tickets are we gonna get? 35, okay. Alright. Okay. Sorry, guys.
Titi Kaka.
I'm really sorry. This is gonna be painful.
Hakuna. Hi, Tatas.
Oh, that's smart.
Coffee Binzum just resubbed for 32 months.
Titi Kaka.
The rolling into
I'm
the
on my-
car is more impressive than winning millions.
Coffee. I'm coming. I'm coming to the stairs. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. I'm on my way. Sorry, look away. Corinne's nearly there. Oh my god. Sam, how are you, doll? Thank you. This is ridiculous. Already have a thing. Hey, baby. Can you? Oh, you can't hear me.
Oh, I can a little bit.
Okay, cool. So this is all we can afford.
Okay, Mama. Oh,
Oh my god. Can we afford anything?
can I afford anything?
Let's go, baby. Oh my god. That's actually insane. Oh, nearly forgot you. Come on. We only have to make 50 mil.
Don't mind me.
Oh, we've got the gun again.
Oh, good.
Okay, well we're not gonna need it. Now, what do you want to do, sweetie?
Is it a blackjack?
Let me look. Baccarat. No.
Put me on the slot machine.
Is there a slot machine? Oh, there is.
Yeah,
Okay, here. Can
right
you?
here.
Here.
I'll do this one.
Okay. Can you touch?
Can you put me a little closer? I don't have any arms or legs.
Does it work?
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Does,
well,
it
now
let,
can,
does it let you press?
yeah, like that. There's good. Yeah.
Is it letting you press?
Oh wait, can I spin? Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
Can you touch it? Oh, amazing.
Oh, I won.
a mil.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh, I need to bet more.
Slow and steady. I'm doing a milli. Oh no, shit.
Oh my.
You got this.
At least we have the gun.
True, but I don't know how much we can sell because I'm already missing an eye and a mouth. Don't worry.
Oh, we're so back.
Guys, I fear for us. I fear. YOLO.
We can do this.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Mobley Easy just subscribed. YOLO.
Get into the lift. Get into the lift.
What?
Oh shit. Hold this. Shoot me. Alright, give me the gun. Give me the gun. Give me the gun. Drop the gun. That's so funny. Oh. Oh, I still have to get back in the car? Oh. So desperate. Oh yeah, day 12. Not bad. Where am I going? Oh yeah. We're so close to 5. I wonder if it adds, can you add money now? No, you can't. Not me trying to cheat. Or maybe it will, wait. I doubt it, but let's try. I'm coming. I'm on my way. On my way, babe. My eyes hurt. What was the last day? Oh, it was so close. Oh, shut. You know, I'll take it though. I'll take it. Well. Yeah, I'll race. You ready? You're really good at that. What the hell? Wait, why is Gran so good at that? I know, I'm sorry for my motion sick besties. Look away. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Alright. Oh. Oh my god. So, I learned that the gun makes me desperate. Makes me real desperate. Girl, that gun was making us desperate.
Wow, we did so good.
We were so close to seeing the 5th floor.
Oh, I know.
Alright.
That was wonderful.
That was fun.
I'm gambled out now.
I know.
Lord.
I know, baby.
Well,
thank you.
That was good. I had
That
a
was
good
so
time.
fun.
I'm gonna go into my bathtub now.
Alright, baby.
I'll see you later.
I'll see you later.
Goodbye.
Bye, honey.
Get out.
Alright. Not the big hat. Big ass
Where
fucking hat.
could she be?
I have no idea where she is. Okay. My 2 quota guns were so worth it. It was good. It was good. Should I try another solo before I go? Thoughts? Thoughts? Thoughts on that? Caitlin, hello. Hello. It's quite hot in here, actually. Hello. That was fun. Grant didn't have to join. That was very sweet. That was a lot of fun. A little gambit to top it off, doll. I want to see level 5 before I go. I think it's possible. Join little lurky. Yeah, so tomorrow, actually, we're playing Backrooms Escape together. Ooh. So that's going to be fun. I don't know what we're playing after that if the Backrooms doesn't last that long. But bye, Moto. Thanks for hanging today. Mobley, thank you for your 50. And Sam for 32, by the way. Ooh. I didn't realize it came out next weekend. Look away, I'm gonna get drunk. Dylan! It's a long one. Oh, sick.
Put your ass away, child.
We played a different one together, but it's the same vibe, right?
There she is, on the bloody cookies.
Dylan! Oh, it was one time, doll. One time. How are you? Thank you for 13. Hope you've been well, doll. Not good. Uh-oh. It's alright. All we need is one good spin. Oh. We're fine, we're fine. Don't panic. Oh, yep, see, we're fine. Oh my god, that wasn't very good. My bad. Oopsies. I can't believe we rolled so far, by the way. I should have done that better with the gun. But that was funny. My bad. Alright. We go. We bloody go. Hello. Oh, a gun. I can't shoot my body part. We go. Let me in. The limousine. Does he have a gun? Oh, he has a gun. Alright. I wonder if I keep my wins low, if day 12 will be easier.
Hello,
A book? Great. Not good.
So many.
Okay, okay. We leave, we leave. Speed run, speed run. I want to see the 5th floor so bad, I'm desperate. I'm desperate. Alright. Desperate. Exactly right, Dylan. Have you been playing Rust still? Oh my god. Work for that rent.
I see you're really earning that rent.
Thank you. Yeah, look, doll, I'm trying. How is it? I haven't been, whoopsies. I've been on my Overwatch shit like a loser. Nah, I love it. I love it. I've been having lots of fun. Thank you for the biddies. How are you, Ab? Thank you.
Hello.
That's my goal. Coin? Ooh. What is wrong with people, Eb? What the hell? I'm sorry, doll. I'm glad you're far, far away now. Getting there, getting there. Yes, yes. Yes. Rust will always be a horror game for me, but I love it. Run! Run! Zombies. God, I have so many memories of Rust, of me hiding out in my base and people like camping my base and just being assholes. But also, what a thrill, you know? What a thrill. You know what I love? Something so simple about Rust that I love that no one else, like a real Rust player doesn't care about this. But I love just building furnaces and smelting. Damn. Affected wildlife. I know, yeah. That was crazy. But no regrets. 12 AM? You know what? You're probably awake from the thrill of Gran and I gambling. Yep. That was crazy. Free money. Night, Abs. My pleasure. Thank you for hanging. I had so much fun today. See you tomorrow, doll. Yeah, no deal, you're right. I'm gonna do my meal prep after stream. And I would like to go to the gym, although I don't want to go when there's staff there. So maybe I go at night. I'll sneak in. I had so much fun. Honestly, Repo was a vibe. Repo Gambas, there's something about it that's so thrilling. Workout in the shadows. Oopsies. I definitely will run that back. It was good. I think the furthest round was it 8 or 7? I got unlucky with the ticks as well. I can play it without mods, Aquarius, then it'll be harder. Because I really like the stamina. The stamina, I did play modded, yeah. The stamina makes it easier. If I didn't have the stamina mod, it would be like hell. Stamina mod and crowd control. Oh my god. Wait, no stamina, sorry. Yeah. Alright, we simply go. But also, I got very unlucky with those tick monsters. Like, I can't figure out how to get them off me. They just killed me so easy. Alright. Day 5. Oh, that's pretty good. We're climbing the ranks pretty quick. I had so much fun. Like, honestly, I was surprised people were like, yeah, play Gamble, because I was having a blast. I really, really enjoyed Repo today. And then we have Repo after Grand Day later this week. We'll have Ping, Tammy, M, and maybe Emily. I'll just message her and see if she's free.
Hello.
It was great. We played with this crew modded last year, I think, maybe year before, and we got to level, I think, 85.
Sure.
We were modded though, so we were quite strong, but still, it was really fun. Tomorrow we're playing with Chris, Crispy, and Sammy. I'm very excited. I haven't played this game yet. I've played a similar one, but not this one exactly. Yeah, and the Faz event. I'll probably play Faz after some Repo. Or maybe a cap tomorrow. Nice, Henry. Perfect. Oh, we're screaming. How's the proxy chat? That's my cue to exit. Yippee! Standing prox, nice. Nice. Chris is my guard. My absolute guard. This photography? Obviously, I know it's very biased for me to say this, but I don't care. The friend group, like the regular friend group we play with, it's actually goated how great they are. I am very lucky. Use the bag. Oh, really? Oh, shit. Okay. Can't wait then. Okay, okay.
Hello.
We have a coin. Phenom. Thought so. Oh, it's so nice. Okay. Okay, okay. No slots. Ping, listen. Yes and no. Yes and no. How are you, doll? Ooh, the 007 game? Oh, I might be dead. Use the bat. Don't tempt me with a good time, doll. Bad, bad, bad. What else is up here? Yeah, the 007 game. I'm excited. There's this hide and seek friend game that's coming. I think it's soon, Aquarius, right? Or maybe it's already out. Let me see. Oh, I think it's out. No, 28th of May. Oh my god. Eb, do you just give me money? What the hell? Thank you, doll. Surely it's black. Probably, I know. Now get back out there, champ. Hi, Ranger. Diggy Harlots are curious on this game. Would you mind doing a small review? Oh my god. Get it. It's so good. It's so good. You have a quota like Lethal and Repo, but it's a shared bank account. So if someone is stinky and spends everything, it ruins the whole run. It's crazy. Whoa! 9,000. No, I haven't. I've seen... Oh, no. I've seen gameplay, though.
Blackjack, blackjack. Blackjack.
Yes. Nice. Oh! I'm surprised. Thank you for your time. No, it's amazing, honestly. It's even fun to play solo, but I would recommend 4 max. Because it's quite slow. You need everyone to press E and... I would die to see you play it. Yeah, I haven't played it. Can you get it on Steam too? Day 6, not bad. Add it to the list. 1 and 2 on Steam. Oh, nice. There's 2? Hello. Run! He's all in. Me play my catches. Hello. Ooh, level 3. Do we have poker machine? Ooh. Alright, sorry guys. Look away. It's gonna get a bit blurry. Oh, we've made it. Fuck it, I'm gonna leave. We should just go. Screw it. I wanna see level 5. YOLO, we just go. We just leave. We just go. Even though I'm drunk, we just go. $220. Oh. Uh-oh. Let me in! Okay. 220K. Uh-oh. Okay, I can triple my last win. Dragon game is crazy. Oh, let's do a gamba.
Blackjack.
I'm doing it. Dragon game all in. Oh, thank God. Nice. I'm scared. Ah! Oh no. Nice.
Black cat. Black, black cat.
I'm nervous. Oh!
Okay. Black cat. Cat, black cat.
Oh shit, they're gonna get blackjack. No, okay.
Black cat.
Oh! Yes! Laters, loser, I'm out. Get me to level 12, baby. Yippee! I want level 12 so bad. Alright. 15. Hello. Alright. I just want to see level 5 so bad. I'm desperate. Gold coin. Oh, wrong. Gold coin. Damn, that's a winning player. Slots, guys. We're so back. Uh-oh. 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 It's okay, it's okay. It's fine. Don't panic. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Shit. Okay, what else do we have? Believin'. Believin'. Blood. Believin'. Leaving. Blood. Okay.
Okay.
Oh. Oh. This might be it for me, guys. This might be it. I need a miracle.
Blackjack.
I need a miracle. I need a jackpot. Ooh, this might be a little bit of a jackpot moment. Well, not really, but it's okay. $40 seconds. Oh, close. GG's. What song's playing? Oh shit. Great song. Wow. What a day. Didn't see level 5, but that's okay. That's okay. Wow. Guys, great stream. Great stream. Repo was so good. Repo was so good. Loved every second. 3 hours of it, actually. And then we accidentally did 3 hours of Gamble with Friends. That's so funny to me. Ideal stream. Tomorrow, we have Friend Slop at 9 p.m. Eastern. We're playing Backrooms Escape together with Crispy, Chris, and Sammy. I will aim to be live earlier to play either Water Park Sim or Faz. And then I'm sure we'll have a cap game. Very excited. And then the day after that will either be Water Park Sim or Busbound or both. And then the day after that is games with Gran and then Repo. So back-to-back days of fun coming up. Very excited. Thank you so much for today, guys. It was really fun. I had a really great time. Yes. Have a beautiful night and day. I gotta say goodbye to the people in ads. People who are in ads. I'm so sorry. Thanks for watching. Next time? Next. Me and y'all. Bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for all the support. I'm very excited. Me and y'all, guys.